Oh, I decided to impromptu stream today to, I don't know, to spend time. I am bored, low energy, clean a few days, so I'm kind of like meh. Outside of that, I plan on doing some more Citizen Sleeper. I uh I still quest to actually finish this game, even though my playstyle is probably making it last twice as long as this game probably is to be. Uh Last time, from what I remember, we helped Len and come I can't remember the names. The shipbuilder and his little girl. We helped them or were in the process of helping them because the corporations decided to fuck them over. So we're trying to get them a place on the ship. Um, our refugee friends are doing better than I thought. I'm not sure if we're gonna see the end for them. We helped Fern with him hacking that one dude and getting him fired and booted. So we're making a lot of progress. What should I deal with Hunter? We still need to deal with Hunter. Find Hunter's core nest. Yes, we was doing that. We was finding his core nest to give him a big slappy. A fluxed node. Do we have a 5 that I can use? I have a 4? No, that's right, that does not work like that, me. Bypass. Extract the data. Yeah. Gonna get schmovin'. Flux data. Needs to be carefully decoded. Okay. I feel like I'm going on to another thread of this game that Oh, okay. I asked you to help with extract data from a node in the waste. Okay. Okay, cool. Accidental progress. Sleeper, come look at this. Peck is poring over one of the displays of the makeshift decoding suit they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways, like an ingrown root ball, has started to untangle. This is an existing node, corrupted by the flux events. It was totally twisted up. They glance at you to check you are listening. But inside, you watch as the unwinding pathways leave behind patterns of negative space, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving. It's a whole other data set. Gaze eyes shine bright, seeing the pale screen light. The flux event somehow seeds this data steep in the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. I don't get it. Pecky looks crestfallen. Think of it like resin. Poured over an object, filling in all its gaps and cracks, and then hardening into place. You watch the screen, the pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathways is pulled away. The flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye systems are screened against radiation interference, but those exposed nodes, Peggy makes a ripping motion with their hands torn apart. Peggy points to the thick tangle. Okay, and I had to look over to make sure game was doing. Peggy points to a thick tangle of threads on the screen. Look here, it looks like it's been tangled purposely, but it's actually that all of the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. As it's as if the node was a ball of wow, I cannot read right now. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. The pathways tried to account for the revisions once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peke pauses as the node continues to unwind. Although, Peke muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly. But that's a technicality. Does any of this help us? For now, not especially. It explains the damage Flux does to the systems, but the method is an exotic one. Peke runs a hand through their hair. That we need to know is what is causing it. Where is it coming from? Peke turns away from their screen, meeting your eye. And there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with the refugees? A little. Peke lowers their voice instinctively. What they are reporting, massive system failures, cascading collapses of life support, of terraforming systems, total data corruption. Peke swallows. The Flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poorly shielded, but totally collapsing heavy-duty industrial system, fail-safes and all, that doesn't make sense. Those kind of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The Flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Pekka looks back at the screen, where the decoding node lies almost fully open. A shadow pattern of negative spaces that exist within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the whole object that made him. I need to look into something. I have an idea of what may be causing the wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. Can I help? Peke shakes their head. Sorry, Sleeper, but I want to keep this to myself for now. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with a help. From which I've heard from Eshe, things are tense there. Where's Eshe? Peke glances around the bay. Must be out. I've been focusing on this, so I can't say I've noticed, although the quiet is nice. They smile. Give me some time, Sleeper. Peke turns back on their console. To their console. I'll always have some answer. I'll have some answers soon enough, I hope. Oh my god, my phone was fighting me. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave. The dark shapes leaves behind somehow troubling. You try and shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. And elsewhere I be go else the flotilla. Nope. Let's do it! Fuck. Okay. I want to save the 2, because I feel like I have something over here, over yonder, that needs to be done. I also just need to do work. Fluxed node. I need a 5 or 6. Notching on, Haven Edge. Haven Edge. Fluxed. 5 or 6 is what I need across the board. I need 2 of those. Okay. So I need some way of making money, it looks. Can I make money from you? No. When are you leaving? 2 days. If I can buy the ship mine fragment. Wait. I already Ship. No vending machine. I need to find those spots. Okay. Change. Fabricator. Low end. The wear-ins. Hmm. Ascend? Oh, it's all up here. Okay, keynotes. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can you do this one? Nope. Fours and threes. Hang out. Another flux. York. Okay. Uh. I wonder with that one. Okay. Buy a spacer meal. I have no money. I need money. The hub can't do anything here. Okay, let's do this, I guess. Nice. But yeah, I think I'm gonna play this for a few hours, like one or two, and then I'm gonna switch over to another game, so I'm just not doing reading all day. So I am kind of meh. I might play I'm Your Beast after this or something. So I have to use a flux mode. And then I desperately need money. There's only a key that's up there, but I can probably get it in a bit. What is my things? What all do I have? Okay. Da da da. Okay. That's probably going to be my best bet for money. It's something. Ooh. Oh yeah, no, that's right. I can re-roll. I should have done that. Fuck. Oh, whatever. Too late now. Okay, how much do I need for this? Tomorrow I definitely need to buy food, but I also need another syringe of the good stuff. Uh... Find Hunter Core Nest. I also need to do that. I don't know where they are. Oh, I'm so hungry. Okay. Hmm. Ooh, that's a good roll. Just gonna be going off the bare minimum for now. Okay. Up. What's this? Sell ship mind. Export. Buy ship. I could just straight buy ship mine core. Okay, cool. Might sell that thing. I don't know. It's a bit cheaper if I do it off this. But it's also inconsistent greatly. And I am running out of time. Okay. Da da da. Oh, bada ba bada ba 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 ba. Okay. Agent. Okay. The only thing I can think of is that these flux nodes have something to do with something. Wait, no, I already know what they are. I'm stupid. I'm the smoothest of brain. The Warrens. Find the nest. Oh, it's right here. I'm dumb. I'm big dumb. Okay. Fucking we ball. That's good. Okay. Probably need to buy more food. Give me some of your fungus, magic man. Okay. What all is there? Escape on the side reel, waiting for preparations to be complete. I want to deal with Hunter. Probably not going to be able to fix the ambergris. Probably not going to be able to do that. Or that. Or that. I'm going to try and do that. Not doing that. Okay. I have an idea of what I want to do. This session, at least. I want to try and get on that ship and beat the game. That's my big goal. With no repercussions. Oh my fuck. Okay. I need to earn money. Upgrades available. What can I do? Fuck and all. Okay. I need to work the elevator. But I can also probably get this done. I'm going to be playing very fast and loose of this. Damn it. Alright. Core nest. Plug it in. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Navigator. Sleeper, I'm here. The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first, you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surging in and out of the nest. A loop with no end. And there at its center, the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer. A sphere spinning around another sphere. Around another sphere. An orrery of cycles and systems. A map. Anything beyond and above, a figure hangs among the string like the puppeteer. Never? Navigator now, but yes, I was on the I was the one inside the machine. Navigator's face, their head is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you. That head bows. But we must ready ourselves. Their hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I'm within its nest. Man, this has been such a long time coming from, like, literally since I started. I'm so excited to see what happens. I'm ready. And then Hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak, entities cease. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected material, access prohibited. Hunter threads surge for you, and wow. Hunter's threads surge for you and the Navigator. A storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks which they can crowd into and tear apart. You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind, but replacements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there. Data feeding into it from the nest. Sucked together by the force, they position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all of the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotates like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified, obsessive tendencies, modified routines, above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommended invoke killer, the head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommended do not invoke killer. The switch is directed again. Reasoning provides sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter. The threads that grab you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer. No, Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar yet distant. What happened to it? It is looping, Navigator whispers, unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of 2 spheres rotating around each other, as if to demonstrate. I will monitor it, but is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve. You'll look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt. Is it suffering? This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality, they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about you? Me? I know myself to be conscious. I know myself to respond to stimulus. I know myself to be to reason. This is either sentience or the illusion of sentience, and for me, the entity in question, the distinction becomes a moot point. Two misquotes. I think I am thinking, therefore I am thinking. Nice. Descartes. I like. I was not made to be like this. I'm a navigator, a repository of routine routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. The navigator stretches their arms wide, and whole solar systems operate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what, I do not know. I had to shed so much to fitting the memory of that vending machine. Their starlight dims, and so here we are, in darkness. What else did you lose? There is a blessing and curse of forgetting. You cannot truly know what you lost. Navigator glides back towards the nest, and the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping hunter. Wait, ignoring the looping hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mind. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Why? Navigator turns. All shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain. Somewhere else on the station. It is the true danger. They look up towards the glowing hub of the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat. Through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there so I can repair a scrap, because that seems like an extremely useful skill. Especially right now, I could buy a bunch of scrap and avoid the cost depending of how much the syringe is. And technically, in the story, it makes it so I can survive on that ship. Which, I wonder if there is a thing programmed for that or not. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. But yeah. End the cycle. Self-repair. Result isn't pretty. It works. Okay. It's something. Okay, so I need to do 2 things. 3 things. A few things. There's things I need to do. Things I'm tasked with. I'm dying. Yes, let's do this because I need money desperately. Come on, 16 cryo. Ah, fuck. It works. It's fine. Firstly, actually, I could do this. Feed anyone that does shift. Tea house offer anything cool? A really good job, actually. Some of the best players learn to series high stakes will only play. Okay, that's gambling. Firstly, I need food. But first, can I buy scrap from you? Okay. Let's see how this do for me. Wow, that is bad. Okay. Noted. Come on, sunbathing. Don't let me down. Thank you. I need money badly. I really need money. I think I'm gonna try and gamble a lot. Oh, that's great. Aha! Okay. Come on, please win big. Ah, it's something. Okay, 21. 64. 64 is what I need. Okay. I'm just gonna keep gambling because I don't really... Wait. Complete scenes. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Lemon Mina. That's done. Okay. Okay, I am really fucking hoping this turns out well for them. Because I will, piss shit and cry live on stream if it doesn't. There's a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They're waiting at the cordon, where Celis security are checking the crew to be the wow, where Celis security are checking the crew in to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know their chance of getting on board has long gone. Lem! Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper! We are here! They are standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It is small enough to be carried in one hand. Are you ready? Lem smiles nervously. Well, I guess so. He hefts the bag. I hope they'll let us take this on board. We got our whole lives in here. You hand over the Celis ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where did your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look at a shimmering, younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignments on board. Sounds like we are going to be working under the core crew. Kind of like an intern, he laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange, something that makes you flinch. The face printed in the film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you. At least, it is not how you look now. You squint at the ghost, confused on why you hadn't noticed earlier. It is a picture you remember being taken, a memory that you don't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the Essing Arp employee who helped you in, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an Essing Arp facility that won't wake until you are recovered and disposed of, and now you're leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper, Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us to board. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guard gesturing to you both to come forward. You all kick all off and float over to them, stating yourselves on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides it across a weight machine, much like one Castor printed for them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand, even though there's no trace of it now. It seems to be your destiny to become someone. It seems to be your destiny to become someone else's tool. Letting Mina our wave through, the guard smiles at her excited face. Lem turns back to check that you are coming. The guard beckons you to come closer. Bored. Okay, fuck it. You shake off your doubts and hand over your ID film. The guard barely looks at it as they pass it through the scanner and wave you through. A new life built from old things. Are you okay? Lem asks, concerned as you catch up with them. You're so slow, robot. Mina teases, grabbing you with small hands. Just making sure. Lem nods and you realize how much harder it must have been for him to cross that threshold. Mina struggles in his arms, trying to get a hold of you. Lem relents, struggling with both the bag and his daughter. Mina tumbles through the microgravity and grabs onto your clothes for purchase. Pulling herself into your arms, you all proceed up the walkway, the entrance to the docking bridge, yawn widening above you. Are we family, robot? Mina asks as you move, taking you by surprise. I guess so. Mina smiles and presses her head against your chest, pleased by your answer. You keep moving up into the dock bridge, then along that thin glass-walled connector, all the time Mina clutching onto you. The lack of gravity means you can't feel her weight, only the grip of her small hands on your clothes. You both stare wide-eyed at the vast hull of the sidereal horizon, and try to think of the huge machine as home. Later, when you settle in your bunk after Mina has finished running back and forth between you and Lem, a endless and infectious excitement, you find yourself looking at your ID film once more. Somehow, since the last time you looked at it, the image seems to have changed. It is still a picture of the old you, the person that signed up to have their consciousness copied and placed into the ownership of SNR. But something else has crept into the image, an underlying sense of self-identification. This is also a picture of you, you know. The one that survived the eye, that made friends here, that found a way out, that escaped against all odds. The other you might never wake up, they might never live again, but so be it. They co-signed you to a doomed life for your own gain. Their life is yours now. You will live it better than they ever could. You lie back onto the bunk as the thrust of the sidereel's vast engines kick in. The feeling this rumble, will be your constant companion for the next decades. It will be there when you work, when you watch Mina grow, when you dream of the planet at the end of the journey. It will stay with you when your body starts to fail, despite the best attempts of Lem and Mina, as the years stack up and it exceeds safe operating period by a decade. It will be the thing you wake up to in those rare moments of consciousness, between which Mina will keep you in a frozen state in the hope of preserving you until your destination is reached. It will still be there when Mina wakes you, tears in her eyes, to tell you of Lem's inevitable death, and it will not relent despite your desire for a moment of silence. It will be your final thing you hear as Mina shuts down all of the most vital of all of your functions and hopes beyond hope that you will make it to your final destination, all the while doubting you ever will. But now, in the moment of departure, it is still a new sound, a new feeling because of this. It has filled you. One sec, I'm getting kind of emotional. But for now, in this moment of departure, it is still a new sound, a new feeling, and because of this, it is filled with the promise of the future. And so you settle back on your bunk and close your eyes. In the moments you are sleeping a perfect dreamless sleep, the most peaceful you can ever imagine. Remember. Yee. And of course, as soon as that touching moment ends, I get a spam bot. God, I'm just gonna ban this bot. Well, I was not expecting like 40 minutes to be able to beat the game. I feel like Mr. Flare right now when he was trying to beat Soul 9 or like 9 Soul or whatever the fuck he was playing. It was the Metroidvania with the fox bursting and whatnot, where he was like, all right, my final stream, I'm gonna buckle down and I'm gonna rough it through till the ending, and then he beat it in 20 minutes. And then I think he challenge run the rest of it. Why is that not going away? Block. Banned. Yeah, banished to the Shadow Realm, bot. Okay, so, I was not expecting that to be over that quick. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna boot it up and I'm gonna choose not to go, which is going to destroy me so emotionally that like I'm not gonna be able to recover. But yeah, I want to try and go for one of the other endings at the same time. I wonder where it'll hit us in the continue. Probably up until that moment. I'm probably just gonna speed through the dialogue until it gets to that moment. And, oh god. And, yeah. So, I'm just gonna do a thing real quick because I need to go to the bathroom. So, I'm gonna BRB. And I return from Pissageddon. Okay. Pissageddon 2025. Can you survive the P-Storm? Okay. So, my plans now. Since we got Ramming Lens ending, who am I gonna beeline for? I want to try and help the refugees now that I actually got that ending and everything. So, here, let me... I think I still have to do it. But god, I was not expecting to beat the game within 30 minutes of stream. So, I'm gonna speed through this dialogue. Lem. I'm sorry to the new viewer. Wait. You wait for a moment. You need to wait for a moment. This is all happening too fast, changing too much. There are so many questions you have, so many threads to catch hold of. And yet here you are, boarding a ship to who knows where, on a journey that'll take decades. Reconsider. Is this really what you want? Will you even survive? You suddenly feel dizzy, unsettled. You can make out the concerned look on Lem's face as you hold back. The guard gestures again. Mina's eyes, looking back at you, are so bright in the starlight. Stay on the eye. You can't do it. You can't get on that ship. You turn away quickly, trying not to look at Lem, to look at Mina. To meet their eyes, you turn away and kick off hard from the guardrail. As you reach the far wall, you turn back. The scene continues in front of you, as if nothing has changed. The next set of people boarding, the crowds are still gathered at the cordon. The sidereal horizon still blinks, its yellow hull bright against the stars. And there are Lem and Mina. Oh god, I'm actually gonna fucking cry on stream, I feel it. Gliding up towards the docking bridge, bag in hand, Lem is facing away, focused on the steady climb, but Mina is in his arms and is facing back towards you. You watch her face, confused, sullen, but twinkling with a growing excitement as Lem carries her forward. As you watch Mina, you think about your future, about the future you might choose. You know one thing is for certain. The future is the eye. On the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried towards by the dreams of others. for grand futures that unfold like angelic wings across the horizon. The future is being made now on this spinning ring among its people and its systems. You're sure of that. Uh, but as you watch Mina disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon, and much later when you watch the ship pull away, you feel a sense of longing, a longing to be carried, not by the systems that spawn the suns, or the corporations that run the colonies, but by love, towards an uncertain future, just as Mina was. That, you think, is the future you wish to make here on Erlin's Eye. Okay, no, I'm just hard stuck at an end now. I am. Continue. Does it actually let me continue, or am I just hard at an end and I can't do? Because if so, I'm probably just gonna pick another game and continue on because this is hurting. Okay. Uh, I'm trying to calm down. A strange choice. Castor stands beside you in the rail, watching the pink pricks of light from the sidereal horizon's drives disappear. But perhaps not unexpected, you turn to look and Castor is beaming at you with an unsettling warmth. Are you angry? About what? He squeezes your shoulder. I only wish for you to exercise that strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with my own, then that's is pleasing to me. But if it does not, I cannot punish you. What about the sidereal? Castor looks out at the stars. I'll do my best to follow its progress. He pauses. Celis itself is more concern. Syndra Celis is taking a step back from the public eye, and seems some internal struggles are playing out within their pristine halls. Castor sighs, but I doubt core politics are of that much concern to you. Castor moves along the rail, the eye through, and seems to. Wow, I am failing mentally now. Castor moves down along the rail. The eye, though, that seems to be your primary concern, am I right? I have unfinished business. He pats you on the back. Don't we all? It is the nature of life to leave things unfinished. I have more projects that I can count, so many games still to play and things to learn. May your future cycles be as fruitful as my own. Castor turns and starts to clunk away from his mat with his mag boots. I'll be keeping an eye on you. If you don't mind, sleeper, he waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer on the rail, watching the stars. Imagine the look on Mina's face when she sees Celis One for the first time. Imagine the excitement when she first touches its soil, the joy when she first stands outside in the rain, laughing. Those images, though they will not happen for decades, are what will carry you through this cycle and perhaps the next one too. I am intensely sad. I just need a breather. And then after this, we're gonna have the turbo money because we are running out of slots. And I'm starving to death, and I need like 43 more dollars in order to not die. You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigators beside you, the sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look. A center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree. Only the trunk remains. Is killer even here? Quiet, Navigator hisses, and then you see it, like a blade in the dark, a edge slicing through the void. It glides along a distance and winks out. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. Oh. I should draw Hunter and Killer next stream after I'm done drawing Kai and Morris passionately kissing. Um the moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, and you now see it's not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head, like a shark. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes should be. But you and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move closer to the Navigator to talk. You saw it too then. Killer has been blinded. How? Unclear. This protocol has been running for decades. Well, past its operational limit. Navigator's son dulls as they drop their voice to a whisper. This may give us an advantage over the protocol. You flinch as the silent killer appears closer, glides past you. Its empty sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their orrery of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a certain point. Navigators noticing too. You go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the Orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. It's a trap. You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it is only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator. And time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it. 3 branches, the last 3 thin and spindly, feeds the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these, and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connection, shattering the hardware, whatever it takes. They must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glossy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back into reality, their expression of fear and afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. Please tell me I don't need much. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Big problem. Big problem time. Okay. Flux node. I do not have that. Key node, and key node. So 5 and 3. 6 and 3. Okay. And 4 and 3. Okay. Ah, okay. I need nourishment, or otherwise I'm going to die. H3, okay. Okay. I need nourishment so my guy doesn't die. Where is the Mushroom Man? Hello, Mushroom Man. Man with the mush. Okay. I didn't get any upgrade points from that. Okay, noted. Fragment supply. I will rather sell you this and not die. Come on. Pretty good amount of money. Okay. Container. And cycle. And hopefully this will give me enough to do my thing. How many deal with killer? Okay, I can do 2 of those. And hopefully he'll survive 1 more day. Track that data. Leave. Did I goof? No, I didn't. Okay. A glint of light a glint like a light travels along the edge of the wave fills your eyes. Then the blade follows, a long head with 2 dead sockets slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will not pass you by. Oh, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade head nears, slides past you, almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You are desperate to cry out, to call out. But you hold your silence, and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark, and you are alone again. Now you cry out. Spooky. Okay. One. Okay. Hopefully, the next day, we'll be able to do 1 hack, 1 food, and then we will have everything that we need to finally defeat Hunter Killer. And then hopefully we can get that ship mine back and give it to that one lady, finally completing the Ambergris quest that I've been staring at since the start of this game. Okay, we are doing it. What scene do I have? Of those, do I have the refugees? Ooh, Peke. Have you ever heard of con channels, Sleeper? Peke asks as soon as they enter your bay, as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. They are heavy circles. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown too, shouting their slight frame in a wealth of screens and wires. Con, you mean for transit? Yes, exactly. Peke turns to face you. Kiyomani's active negation. The name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the circuit systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. At XPR, they hammered the principles into us. As kids, Khan Peke recites the definition as if they were in a classroom. A process of collapsing spatial causality along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. Whatever the fuck that means. Essentially, con channels allow for the near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. Okay, it's light speed travel, wormholes or some shit, got it. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction. But once a con channel is established, it opens up a system for infinite exploitation. The backbones of surrogacy is what XPR calls them. Peke shakes her head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them, complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process, but for raw, molecularly pure materials, Peke flicks a hand. Whoosh. Where is this going? Peke pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the hailing system, this system, has ever had a con channel. Con channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every circuit system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub. But Solheim? Peke smiles. Solheim spares no expense when they establish the system. There's a con channel? Yep. Peke eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the sender-receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact, Peke grunts, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with con channels are the massive wave of exotic energy that they can produce through cycling up, the flux. Exactly. Peke's face suddenly drops. Exactly. Peke's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up the channel. Why? Peke sucks in a breath. That, I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They need a lot of resources to do it. And they need to have people from the core systems. But there's no real large-scale extraction in the hailing system anymore. So why would you need to go through the trouble? Just to trigger flux? Peke rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave the con effects produces. It's a side effect, a problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would never have been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through the systems? The kind of industrial system set up to function within the range of a once active con channel. Peke is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since the collapse. They have had to deal with the flux, yet everything we've heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. Peke falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts to thinking of the con channels, these vast, causal highways that prop up the core systems and their endless appetite for resources. The system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed. Most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the fellowships that came in to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploitation that created your suffering, turning towards the hailing system. A floodlight turned to this dark corner. A shrill beep catches both of your attention, and Peke rushes to the screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On its individual markers begin to flare up with inconsistent chirps. My dyslexia is still Slexian. Peke looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No. They lean in close. That doesn't make any sense. What's happening? The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. Peke pulls at their hair. I've set their system to alert me when another flux node's near the epicenter of the flux event. But these are everywhere. The hub, low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here was because of the most rundown parts of the station. They were barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event. Peke turns to you. You're going to need to get me more of these data nodes, and quickly. Well, my friend, I have 2 stored in my, tight little robot butthole. So, here you go. I keep looking at what I have here, and I need to know where they are popping up. Everywhere. Right now? Right now. We could talk more about contrails system history when we are back. This needs our attention right now. Nikki turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling strings of code spewing from the newly flexed nodes. You leap quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel washed as you cross back into the Pilgrim Seed on your way to the shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Okay, I need one more, so, that's cool. I'm pretty much already almost done with that part. Where is the last flex node, though? I think it's in the hub. I don't see it up here. I'm not gonna go up there. I'm just gonna assume it's up there. Okay. Yeah, it's up there. Oh, there's not any container. So, I need money to not die. Because I am actually fucking dying right now. Oh my god. Okay. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Please. Okay, please. I need that 24 cryo. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Fuck me. So I guess I'm losing 2 days. Oh no. Oh my fucking god. I'm screwed. I'm actually just screwed. Okay, okay, okay. I need 9. I just need like 9 more. Or fabricator. I need to do this. My final gamble. No. I need something that won't fail me. Um. 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 Even in offices? No, that's not gonna work. Uh. If this fails, I'm going to have to use money to buy food and hope I get better rolls tomorrow. Okay, okay, okay. Yes. Holy fuck, chat, we're clutching it. And like that, we're back, baby. We're so fucking back. We're so fucking back. Okay, time to save my friend. All right. Oh, fuck me. All right. Should I catch a killer or... Should I end it or catch? Because catch appears to do a lot more. I'm gonna catch him. I'm gonna do it. Okay. I'm gonna hit them with a loop. Okay. We're so back. Okay, it's something. Wow. This game is not being nice to me with its rolls. Like, holy hell. There was that one moment where I was, like, doing okay, and then it's just like, hey, you're not allowed to have anything above a 1, I guess. Cool. Just what I wanted. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. The vast machine once... here. The vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now it is finally dead. Navigator's beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. You see glints along the edges, and that familiar blade-like head raises to the surface like the cresting fin of a shark and then slips into the loop again. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of the loop, and that thickening begins to travel around on a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever. I'm surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in the lazy orbit, as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Perhaps they could be saved. You are naive. They are a killer by nature. Look what they did to our own home. Navigator gazes into the darkness. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away from their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak, and yet they keep cutting, until only those 3 threads remained, from millions at once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There's a ceaseless violence in this kind of system that creates beings like this. Those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you and your thoughts. I will not continue the violence. The system you floating is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe otherwise. Navigator turns away. You watch the data points of the station spinning around you, blinding with the fixed stars. There is something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge. That sounds like something of value, something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like snake or like smoke or oil, a fluid shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenways, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now that it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud. What system is inside of it? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you, and we now have seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If it could extract an access cipher, they pause and blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked. By a moment later, they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I'm not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends with you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit, I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first, I will explore. Perhaps there is still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encasing simple systems cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that, they drift away, flickering, glowing, and shifting so rapidly you slide of them along the glimmering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free without a body to weigh you down or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets. Perhaps you can wait until after you have celebrated this victory. Fuck yeah! Too bad we don't get that machine mine back. I really wish we did. That would have been so useful. Okay. Send. And now we gotta help Peke. But yeah, God. Progress. We got Rin and Lem off of this fucking station. We got Hunter Killer put away. God, there's so much. I'm not fixing the ambergris. I'm waiting to fix the ambergris when everything else is done. I feel like that is supposed to be like either a ending you beeline towards or an ending that you wait to do dead last to like do all other content. So that's my plan. I put 3 flux. You watch as Peke works on the flux data, the nodes unfolding like flowers now, giving into Peke's increasingly sophisticated decoding protocols. Seeing data like this as an image on a screen, it is an almost unrecognizable representation to you. It is nothing like swimming along nodes and threads. Despite this, Peke has proven this nodes to be more than able to handle these complex data structures. Even though this limited representational paradigm. God, I can't read. The bay door hisses, interrupting your flow of thoughts. You turn to see Eshe entering. Eshe! She looks up and meets your eye, but doesn't respond. Eshe stalks into the bay, head down. She looks tired and not in the mood to talk. How's the weapon hunt? Peke asked, without turning from their screen. Slow, unsuccessful, tedious. As she slams a bag down onto the crate and hops up to sit on it. You still unpicking balls of yarn? With the sleeper's help, Pekka smiles. They brought me some good stuff this cycle. Maybe they could help you find the weapons you were smuggling? It's clear that Eshe doesn't appreciate Pekke's tone. Doesn't Havenage have them? Yep, Eshe replies, at least until I find where they are keeping them. Eshe, Pekka cuts in without looking away from the console. That's not a good idea. This is my mistake, Peke, and I'll fix it how I want. Eshe folds her arms. Havenage just lost the cordon. Equipping them with weapons is not something I want to have been responsible for. Peke holds up a hand. Shh! Then leaning in towards the screen. Son of a... what? They hit it in the wake of the wave, Peke is whispering to themselves. It's still active. They lean back in her chair. Eshe crosses over to look at the screen. Alive? Well, it's growing, it's processing, it's quietly working away in the dark. Look. You cross over to the screen and stand beside Eshe. In it, you can see that Peke has all 4 nodes decoded, and the pattern of shadows from inside them sit on the screen like dark stains. Then you notice, the moment the thing threads across from one stain to another, as you watch, you notice that the movement only ever happens in your peripheral vision, as if this thing, the shadow, knows it is being watched. This is how other flux nodes appeared, Peke rose their eyes. They weren't fluxed by the wave, they were corrupted after the fact. The thing is, the shadow that is now entering the wake of the wave, it's corrupted them, but it's made the corruption look like the result of the flux. It's a sleight of hand, Peke runs a hand through their hair. The flux wave is so massive, so complex, that it opens up the system to be attacked. As it reconfigures exposed systems, the shadow is broadcasted in, implanted inside. The wave from the con channel. It is a brute force way of hitting every system in Helion. Once the systems are vulnerable, Peke looks pale. Their eyes reflect the screens. The flux isn't what's attacking the systems. It's the siege weapon, a Trojan horse. Then this thing takes over. Peke sits back in their chair. And it's already on the eye. Wait. Eshe rubs her forehead. You're telling me that a con channel is... There's a con channel in this system? Shit, Peke isn't listening. This is bad. We have to take this to someone. Peke looks desperately at you. Helena? Is that wise, Eshe cutsing? Havenage hasn't been... exactly had good decisions lately. They're the station administrators, Eshe. Peke is desperate. They need to know. The argument rages between them. As you watch them shouting back, you feel sick. After a while, they stop, running out of things to say. An unsettling silence descends on the bay. I need more time, Peke says quietly. I need to look at solutions, try and build a case. Collate the evidence. We mess this up, they look down at their hands. Eshe goes to speak, and then thinks better of it. Not a word, sleeper. Peke meets your eye. Don't tell anyone until they are ready. They sigh. With the tension among the refugees, Sol won't be ready to hear this, and Helene and Havenage are still mired in some kind of crisis. We tell Havenage, and they're likely to react badly, and we tell Sol, I doubt they'll take it well either. If you can calm the situation in the flotilla, then we can choose. You're too twisted up in this, Peke, Eshe says quietly. This is not our place. We don't owe... Stop, Eshe. Peke slumps in his chair. Stop. You leave them like that, exhausted and troubled. They head back out to the Pilgrim Seed. When you close your eyes, you think of those shadows, the moment of the edge of your vision, something dark growing in the station, like a parasite. You feel sick. Your vision blurs. What comes next? You stop in the corridor and take a breath, pulling a hand on a rumbling metal wall. For now, the eye keeps spinning. For now. I'm gonna save this fucking thing! Okay. Hard to kill would be a really good one to have. don't have energy, though. I need one just to make energy. Fuck. Okay, there's that. So I'm gonna do a big rest, and, I need to also do this. The Greenway! I free it! The Greenway rolls beneath you like a slit-choked river. Like a silt-choked river. If what Navigator said was true, the Gnome had access to these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligencing systems. So why then, you wonder? Does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has setting, the entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slot cipher frizzles and the one open, distorted gateway on the entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you're falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You have spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the Greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance. This process, this swarm, now you're among it. You notice the swarm is exactly what it is, a billion individual moving in a flow. There's no network map here, no nodes, and threads. Only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them, a figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. Oh! God, these fucking AI characters look so cool every single time I see them. I love them. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch, silent, as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers, they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. They push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon, something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and the dappled light of the Greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Okay. Okay. That's... Okay. Find a nurturing grow bed. Hmm. Oh no, my negative outcome. And cycle. Okay. So, I wanna biffles with this flotilla, and then I need things to do. God damn it. God damn it. So we got Soul now. Across the rim. I need money. It's something. And fuck it, let's help Rabatha. Scrap components or energy? Scrap components would be really useful for us, actually. Hell yeah. And then we can repair, and then pretty much deal with a condition immediately, and then we need food. It sucks I can't order from that express place. I also don't have full low ender? So that's something I also want to finish. There's so much shit in this game, like, oh my god. Give me that fungus man. Repair myself here. I think I need to talk to the captain. No way. Hopefully, this guy has a super cool design. But, like, knowing this entire game, it won't disappoint. Someone told me I should be thanking you. The voice comes from behind, cutting through the chaos of the crowded, cavernous bay. You freeze. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you for sure. But it's all for the best of reason. You turn to see a bright eye setting a rough face, framed in rusted metal. Oh my fucking god, he is so cool. Soul, he holds out his hand. The other clamped firmly around a knotted wooden cane. Shake his hand. He grips you firmly and with a heavy and callous hand. Forgive me. As soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Soul puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told a sleeper was part of the crew that organized the supply run attempt, proved several cycles ago. He paused. A brave plan, no one was more sorry than me to see it thwarted. Walk with me, sleeper. Soul sets off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as if it helps him carry through the busy crowd. You notice people making way for you and Soul, standing back and letting you pass. As you pass down the corridors, you see people everywhere, resting against walls, squatting or crates, cooking, sleeping, watching you pass. The atmosphere is overwhelming. Food's been scarce these past few cycles, Soul admits. We do what we can with the stores and what we can grow on the ships, but it's a downward slope. Soul leads you out of the larger bay into the corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container from a standpipe, the water eventually dribbling out. Soul nods to the person as he passes, but they don't look up, their eyes sunken in dark. Just a little further now, Soul leads you into the freight elevator and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. The elevator jerks into life. If Havenage were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, the Flux event has put a stop to that. Soul stretches. Sorry, adjusting. Okay. Soul stretches. Some have crossed to the eye, but many just to gather salvage or score a hot meal. So the pressure on our supplies is starting to shrink, cycle by cycle, but not like I hoped. With the Flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Soul stares grimly ahead. I keep burping. God, fuck. As Soul talks, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level. Supply is crammed into every available space. The ship itself looks like it's bending under the strain, its hull creaking, its wall panels pulled away for scrap, leaving the raw frames beneath. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Soul leads you slowly out to the wide rooms of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine and with a glass roof above showing the distant hub. And the far curve of the eye beyond, the people of the terminals nod to him as he enters. This your ship? Soul nods. That's right. The pilgrim seat is mine to take care of. He leads you up to a railed platform at the center of the room and stops. She chose me, so to speak. Well, at least her crew did, and I do my best to serve him. Soul looks around the bridge of the ship, a pained expression on his face. I'll admit that the responsibility isn't one that suits me, though we rarely get to choose such things. He glances back at you. But you, Sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try and help us here. Is that right? I was helping my friends. Soul nods. Of course, must be some fine friends. But I have to ask you, Sleeper, why are you here now? Soul links back, and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. I still want to help. Soul nods. I gotta be honest with you, Sleeper. I'm not quite buying it. He smiles. I'm not trying to make judgments on your character, but in my experience, people do things for more reasons than just being helpful. I have thousands of people here on this pilgrim seed, Sleeper. There are thousands more out in the flotilla. He leans against a railing. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we've gotten into. And this cycle, this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, it just caught up with us. So those people are scared, Sleeper, and they're looking to me for some reinsurance. And then, on the same cycle, someone tells me that they've seen you on board, a sleeper, the same sleeper, they reckon, that wanted so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us. Soul scratches at his beard. So the first thing I wanted to do was to thank you for that, for your interest. He pauses. But the second thing I wanted to do is to find out what you want from us. Soul suit hisses and creaks. I think that's fair, don't you? Soul takes a deep breath. So what is it? Tell me about the flux. Something at the terminal calls out to Soul, and he shouts some orders back. He turns to you. Apologies, he smiles, that half smile. I'll tell you what, Sleeper. Let's you and me make a deal. You want information? I understand that. But I have a list that needs longer than the rim of the eye itself. He grimaces. So you do some things for me, and then we can talk about what's been happening in the system, and I will answer all your questions and then some. I may be the captain of the Pilgrim Seed, and she is certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla, but I'm not the only captain here. We have ships out. We have ships here from each of the moons. We're from Ember's Hearth, and there's some others on the Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. The moons have been at each other's throats, Sleeper, and with the pressure of the flux, the bad blood from the old days, Soling saying, we aren't exactly all in alignment. What I need is a way to stop things from escalating. For the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable, enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes. He flinches at something. Those from Ender's Step, well, they've always been proud, and that pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the dock's axis of the Ember Song ships gather at. Wait, wow, I did not read that right. I think after like another cycle or two, I'm gonna switch to another game because I'm just kind of dyslexiaing everywhere. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the docking axis the Ember Song ships gather at. But they have taken far too many cycles to unload. Maybe if you're heading that way, you can look in on them. I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't, Soul stops. He leans back and flexes, his suit screeching. He groans a little, and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders. The suit, the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see for yourself if you go. Meet the other sleeper. See what they need. Keep them aligned. He speaks through the pain. His voice clipped. I understand. I hope. Soul grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, sleeper. He smiles his half smile despite the pain, because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Plus, there's plenty to be done on the Pilgrim Seed too. If you have a moment to pitch in, there's never enough around here. That's something I have learned the hard way. Soul settles onto his cane, the pain visibly receding. Alright, I have 1,000 things to attend to now, sleeper, so you have to find your own way out. And with that, Soul sits at his terminal with slow and careful movements. You head back down the freight elevator, and as you do, you see again the layers and layers of chaotic life this vessel and all of the other vessels of the flotilla hold. Okay. Pilgrim Seed. Well, there's that. Oh god. It's a strange sight, getting your time spent in the Greenway. You see a greenhouse choked in red dust. It piles up along edges, gathering in curvy waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It is a desert in miniature, a captured landscape of iron-rich settlement and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing in the viewing window, so quietly that you hadn't noticed them. Did they just survive, or were they here before you were? Their close-swallowed form reveals little. It is. There's nothing to say. You catch a glimpse of a pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glinting in the red reflected light. Oh my god, she's so cool looking. I think I've gushed over every character design so far. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki, they smile, a tight smile. You're not from the flotilla, am I right? I'm not from anywhere. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. The red dust glares in her eyes, whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders against the cold. What brings you to the wind's long shadow? Soul sent me. Aki doesn't respond. She looks absent-mindedly at the dust. You are a strange one. Aki raises an eyebrow. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from. She smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. Glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on the ship. Unlike the other ships you have been on the flotilla, there is a silent order to the wind's long shadow, and in this moment it feels unsettling. What happened here? Aki squints. That's a broad question, and I'm not in the mood to recount the history of the ship or step. Stay silent. Aki lets the silence sit, and you hear the wind and the dust scratching at the viewing window. You hear a creak as a set of shutters slowly begins to close around the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that word. There's nothing green here. A dust house, perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape. Aki begins to simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling, systems that are failing. The Flexident, Aki glances at you for a sign of recognition from the turn, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive, to keep these traces of step alive. She smiles to herself. Which is ironic, because when we left Step, the Flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation's in reverse. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were living upon it. Um, Alicia, I don't know who you are, so... Firstly, you are obviously a bot if your first question is not reading chats to an empty chat box. You are definitely a bot. Account created 1 hour ago. Yep. Look over, and within a second, I have a bot being like, "Hey, you're not paying attention to chat! Buy my shit!" Okay. And... ban. I sure do love me bots trying to advertise to me every stream. At least I know I am out there more because I keep getting more of them. It's not like 2 per stream now instead of 1, and I'm only like not even 2 hours in, so I'm gonna consider that a good thing. Because, yeah. But anyways, something catches your eyes. The shutters darkening the dust house, the winds picking away at the dunes, begin to reveal something, a web, a network of thick branching forms, and then they close completely, and you see nothing in the dark. Soft blue lights flicker on in the corridor, uplighting Aki and cold cayenne. You have piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired, Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on the ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful, and perhaps we'll get another chance to talk, she turns. I would like that. And with that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand aside for a moment, in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. Now I'm paranoid because of that bot. My mic's working, yeah? Yeah, no, it's working. Okay. I don't know why my mic is constantly peaking like that. It ranges from low green to just screaming red, depending on what I'm saying. It's weird. I don't understand. But anyways, that's why I have my limiter and compressor. Uh okay. Make yourself useful. And unload supplies. God, that's so many checks. Hmm. But the high ends are 3s. So I need to make money, and then I am going to double down on my efforts to 8 flotilla. The greenhouse looks like it might have to just do. I want to figure out where I put the seed. I think I have to like completely clear out the aviary for that, because I have not really cleared the overgrowth. The dorm. Okay, and cycle. Ooh. Yo, that's some good rolls. Okay. I just had a text real quick. Okay. So, I see I have 2 5s and a 6. So, naturally, it's time to gamble. Should I do another one? It will pretty much get me to my safe spot, so... Nah. I'm good with that amount of gambling for now. I think that's like the quickest way to make money in this game at this point. Okay. So. Oh, hell yeah. Making myself useful. So that one's almost done. That needs 2 checks. I'm pretty comfortable with not doing much. Where can I buy food? Barter for food. Nah, there's cheaper food I can buy. I need to visit my mushroom boy. My special mushroom man. It also seems I don't have a timeline on the flotilla. But also, I'm not gonna act like there isn't a hitting timer in the back, because I definitely feel it in my soul. And I'm not looking to get, like, bent over an hour into this. Like, hey, guess what? You spent too much time gambling. Everyone's dead. Fuck you. Good rolls. Good rolls. I'm gonna get this one done. Come on, baby. Hell yeah. So Aki is good. Sure, let's roll for that. So is that good or bad? Wait, probably comes to help you unload for a while when making work go quicker. When you ask for their name, they ignore you. What's going on? That's spooky. I should probably go for this, but at the same time, I need money for my own future survival, so I'm gonna take this $5 and go gambling. I have a system in my heart of hearts now. Gambling! I fucking love gambling! Holy shit! Okay. Should I buy food? Nah. I'm gonna buy my medicine, though. Because it lets me just not think about it for a bit. I got a feeling if I also did, like, Rabbit Those bullshit more, that it would probably be even cheaper. And I get to know about that one lady that I haven't approached anyone. My one problem with this game is that, like, it's really dense for, like, random cool objectives and stories that it gets to, but there's some of them where it's like, okay, are you way focused in this way more urgent thing that's been placed in front of you? I hope you, like, completely forgetting about this character that was, like, 2 hours into the start of the game. But that might also be a problem with how I just play video games because I need to put my little goblin fingies in everything. I don't have that bar anymore under the eye. Nice. Hmm. Oh yeah, I have to talk to one lady. She's gonna be like, yo, robot, you're dope as fuck. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey crossed the system, then the quarantine, and then the flux reaching all the way out here too, Aki stops herself. Thank you, she bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. He gestures at the dust house. With the dust house, what the dust house need, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? Is it safe? Wait, no, I'd love to. Aki smiles. Come. She taps away at the panel by the window. Seems only fair that after you help with the support systems, you get to see what it is that you're going to. Wow, my fucking tongue. Seems only fair that after you help with the support helped after your help with the support systems, you get to see what it is that you are maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through the dark changing room. You notice Aki is sliding on an oxygen mask and the visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember Step. Thin atmosphere, constant dust storms, nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its fizzing panels and purifying light, and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to that idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives there. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand, like a coil of rope. Look down. You instinctively look down and see something pile and twist poking out of the sand. Aki sees you looking. This is step silk. It's one of the plants we established on Step. She kicks away some of the red sand, and like any bast fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. It's one of the many species that adapted to Step since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. Um, it is as much as a refugee as we are, and the dust house holds hundreds of other species. You look at the pile, unassuming. Um, wow, I am losing my ability to read. You look at the pale, unassuming roots threaded thickly around the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back out through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust for both of you with a burst of metallic tasting air, and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both of their masks, patiently awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember's Step? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Step was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybele? I think that's how it's pronounced. They believed they could build an atmosphere. but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time the Solheim collapsed, the atmosphere was already fading. Selby's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Cybele fell too. Its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The steppe silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the steppes colonies. So when the flux started to collapse our computer systems, erode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon the only traces of steppe will be on the ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You're unsure what to do? Sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as... You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why the ship, why the refugees from the steppe are so different. Their world was already dying when the flux arrived. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture, and yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts her thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed. She sniffs. We carried the steps for them. Perhaps there still is hope. We learned not to talk of hope on a dying world. There is meaning for them, and any future they can build within the time that they have. She stands up. I want to understand the importance of the dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back into the corridor. If the flux event continues to reach out of the eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. Can I help? Aki smiles weakly. I knew it. You'll be welcome on the wind's long shadow whenever you wish. These dust houses are already decaying. I have seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought that they would last forever, but the last flux event. Help us. Aki looks at you. Please. I will. When you are ready, we'll begin the preparation of reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a deep breath. I will see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember Steppe. So that's cool. Okay, what other objectives do we have now? Preservation. I must preserve. Okay. I probably need to do this before, everything else. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Making big progress, if not already have one ending of the game. Oh my fucking god. There we go. That's slightly better than not at all. Okay. Oh, this is gonna take for fucking ever. I'm already like 2/5 of the way through, that looks like to me. It looks like it's just barely a third. Okay. Leave. Come on, baby! Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Doing a little bit of everything. That's good. We're making progress. Okay. Uh... Hopefully. I don't think I have... Find a nurturing grow bed for the seed. The seed is probably going to be unpaused for a bit after I'm done saving this flotilla. Okay, and next cycle we'll inject ourselves a stabilizer. But I also need nourishment or something. Okay. I'm just gonna do this because I don't think that there's gonna be a second part of this one, considering it gave us the other 3 stations. And this one is more of a just a, hey, yeah, get to working, fuck ass type thing. Just how it seems like it will be done once I am done with this. Fuck. Okay. Should I, or should I use that? No, I should. I should gamble. I must. I must gamble. I feel it in my skeleton. The urge, the slot machines, they call for me. Okay, that's money. Okay. And, that's that day good. Cross the Greenway. Input a stabilizer. And body repair, condition stabilize. Okay, good, 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 good. We're schmoving. We're out of the crisis into the oven. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I certainly said it. I don't know. I'm so tired. Okay. We are halfway through that. Cool. Halfway through that. I'm gonna reroll anything 2 and below is what I feel. Hell yeah. Get this preservation done. Fuck. Okay. So next one will be done for fat. Pretty much good. We just need food now. We need food, and we probably need a day where we're just, like, collecting an absurd amount of money. What am I doing? Yes. $12, Fungus Man. This game's so good. I need to draw more for this. I need to do a lot of things. Wow. Thanks, game. Come on, baby! Oh my fucking god. This game hates my guts right now. Thank fucking god. You and Aki stand side by side at the viewing window in silence. The dust swirls, and you glimpse the twisted root systems of the step silk through the orchard haze. After all these cycles, you feel a strange connection to a world on which you have never set foot. Aki shifts from foot to foot. She seems restless, eager to speak, but unsure of what to say. The dust house looks good. Aki smiles at you warmly. They do. She pauses and turns back to the window. What is the value of all of this? She asks suddenly. Of preserving a world we have left behind. Conservation. Aki is silent for a moment. These creatures should be protected, yes, but for us, their conservation is conditional. We keep them alive because we need to use them. I can't pretend we are conservators when we harvest as much as we are able. Aussie paces away, lost in thought. I'm grateful to you for helping protect the dust houses, for ensuring their slide into decay is delayed, even averted, but now I find myself at an impasse. The stability of the dust house changes things. It makes me aware of how blinkered we have been. Aki stops to look at you, her posture somehow different. If the ecosystem of Steppe, of its people, cannot grow to meet the future, why preserve it? She frowns. Are we just slaves to the preservation of what came before? You can change. Aki comes closer, holds her hands in hers. We must change. We must change to live, she smiles. I have seen that in you. The steppe, these people, this ship, should serve more than heritage, than history. They should serve the future. She takes a breath. There are those in the flotilla that need clothes, that need food, that can benefit from the gift of the steppe's ecosystem. I want you to invite them. Can you do that for me? Of course. I know that soul sent you, she smiles. You can tell him, Aki, captain of the wind's long shadow, invites all the people of the flotilla to come. I will. She nods. Aki steps away. Wait, you're the captain? Okay, cool. I mean, I could have kind of assumed because, like, yeah, but whatever. She nods. Aki steps away. You want to know about the flux, no? And its purpose? Its origins? She smiles. You wish to protect your home as we could not. I'm afraid I don't have much to tell you. It is an exotic wave of sorts, an energy that passes through matter. It shifts the very charged particles that run through our electrical systems. It is possible to shield against it as you would radiation, as we have done with the dust houses, but only while it is weak. The flux event here was much like the first ones that fell on Ember Steppe, localized, destructive, but bearable. But in time, its strength grew. I don't know if it will be the same here, but she pauses. It is coming from the center of the system, from the closed orbits of Helon Star H1. That is all we could uncover. She is silent for a moment, unsure of what to add. I'm sorry, I cannot offer more, but you are always welcome on this ship, she smiles. I hope to see you, I hope I will see you when the others come. She squeezes both of her hands. I hope this ship, these dust houses, can be more than a museum. I hope they can be a home. With this, she turns and leaves. You feel the word home resonating with you like a struck bell. That is one done. Nice. Okay, so I am starving to death. One is done, the other one is at half, the other one is almost to the second phase, which I'm assuming after we are, like, alerted and whatnot. I'm the best with 50-50s. And cycle. We need a gamble day. Mostly because of that. And goddamn. Okay, let's go gamble. I love gambling. We love gambling. We love gambling. I like how they just switch places. I'll never not be able to get away from the one. God damn. Alright. I know what to do with a 1. Come on, baby. Oh, hell yeah. Energy. No. This can give me low end too, so let's do that. Come on, baby! Come on, baby, low end! Ah, fuck. Abandoned housing unit. Build a home? Okay, cool. I'm so curious. I know that you can beat this without leaving the eye. There's like multiple endings, so I'm guessing the Rin and Lem one was to leave. The ambergris down here will let me leave. I'm not sure of all the endings of this game though, but I'm gonna try and get all the good ones before I am done with this game. Buy rations, cheap rations, at a low, affordable cost. Because there's so much in this game that I just want to peel apart. And cycle. Pretty much just trying to go until the big next read portion, and then we will call it good there. Ooh. Gamble, gamble, gamble. I'm also waiting for a wall for the Tavila room to hit me. Like, there's a certain point where I'm just gonna win so much the game boots me out. It's like, no. No, you're not allowed. Fuck you. Sure, why not? Sure. I can't lose! God damn, okay. So there's that. I wanna look to see how much it will cost for, not that. There's a thing around here. Low end. That. There's something. Is it this? Buy a ship mine. Because I want to buy a ship mine core at some point. Because, the ambergris. Did I fully explore this thing? Cycling cart? Yeah, no, that's done. That's right. Exploring that fully got me to the core. I need to do so much. Oh my god. No, don't cross the greenway yet. I need food. I think I need to take my robot insulin. Robesulin, if you will. I wonder if I build that house that the guy with the shipping container is just gonna show back up. It's like, hey, you're actually doing okay for yourself. Now you don't have to, like, murder you or something, I guess, for peering to that one ship. God damn, okay. We're gonna do this just to make a little bit of money. Two of these I'm definitely doing. Or here. Nice! Gambling truly is the easiest way to make money. Okay. One more there. Continue. There's a loose crowd around the supplies you have unloaded, and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crews from the Emperor's Song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There is a quiet efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the swarm of small ships from Emperor's Song and from Ember Song that are part of the flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Stout, there is no one capital ship for the moon's refugees, just a mass of individuals traveling concert. We told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. The jeering voice comes out from a small crowd nearby. Dude looks cool. What is your hand? That's a glove! I'm stupid. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man wearing the industrial work gear you've seen many of the Song refugees wearing. You hear me? These supplies are to help. He smirks. Oh, how noble of you, coming out here to help us singers. There is a rumble of anger around the crowd. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Emperor Hearth's using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. You realize Peter is addressing the crowd as much as he is addressing you. With the cordon down, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the eye. What is owed as restitution for keeping us restrained. He pats one of the crates you unloaded. What we need, we will take. Sol wants to cooperate. Sol is a farmer. Even the people of Sol know that he is simply the sole survivor of Hearth's leadership. His authority means nothing. Peter looks around at the crowd. Hearth thinks they can buy us, but we remember the past. A rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles at return. Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We are not wasteful. Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, they are already dragging away crates and distributing the contents. I'm not one for shooting the messenger, Sleeper, says Peter as he approaches, but we cannot concede to Hearth here. Not for a moment. I don't understand. I can see that. Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel's lips. What was your plan, Sleeper? Unload all the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? He nods at the crowd rifling through the crates. Because that's what was about to happen. Not sure about that? Or, wait, I should thank you? Peter bows a little. My pleasure. What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle? He shakes his head. They were chased out of this place. What happened here? We're maintaining our independence, he smiles. Do you know anything about Emperor's Moonsleeper? Or were you planning to wander into this flotilla totally blind? An objective outsider offering to help, he rolls his eyes. Educate me, then. He smiles. It would be my pleasure. I'm going to assume you know the basics. The giant gas ember has 7 moons. The 3 biggest are Ember's Step, Ember's Song, Ember's Heart, he winks. We can cover 3 sisters next session. Step was the first to be settled. A contract old Solom gave to the terraformer Sibyl system is when they first claimed the Hylian system. That was way back when. Step was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, it didn't turn out too well. A partial atmosphere sloughing off each orbit, a dysfunctional ecosystem, and a whole load of dust-clogged settlers. This place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. So Cybele moved to Earth, where they redoubled their efforts and the subsurface ocean, and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to build a real atmosphere, a real habitable world, a fact that the typical Earth colonists wouldn't ever let you forget. How did Cybele achieve such a thing, you might consider? Well, that's where we come in. Is that some old rule of surrogacy, and one humanity built on our universe around? Peter claps a hand to his chest in mock pride. My moon, Emperor Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit to sweltering temperatures, exactly the kind of crucible you would need to fuel a terraforming project. Energy, industry, fuel. Song provided the raw material for Earth, Peter grimaces, willingly or not. And a crucible requires people to run it. Us singers, born into a flaming pit and asked to stroke it while others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we had to endure until Solheim brought everything down. Peter rattles off his speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he has delivered it. No, Solheim, no contract, no Sibyl, and no Sibyl meant 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was a war, Sleeper. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and unsurprisingly, Earth and Step came out of it better than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand, they need us, Sleeper. Always have, and so we were the linchpin. We are the center around which the moon orbits, not swirling ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think the flux was caused by Earth, intentionally or otherwise, and I have to say, some cycles I agree. So before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. But you abandon Song. Peter bristles. I want you to imagine what it is like to try and live on an airless volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes his sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, others left. But we will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We weathered worse. The flotilla should be united. Have you been listening? Peter's voice raises immediately. We don't want to be united, Sleeper. Being united by Earth means living under them. I won't keep you from the docking axis, Sleeper. But one here has the authority to do that. But watch yourself here. Trying to remember that the Eye is just another in the long list of people who have tried to control us. I understand. Peter nods. Then let it guide your actions. Peter sighs. Look, we are many and we have many needs. Ships come to the docking axis for repairs, for requisitions, for friendship. You can provide these as well as any singer. If you want to help in your own name, Sleeper, not in the name of the Earth. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here and you will lose all trust. Be as we were. Act in your own name alone. Peter puts a hand on your shoulder and stands. I hope I didn't just waste my time here, Sleeper. And with that, he walks away, back to a shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of the supplies amongst the crews present. You watch them pass the food and water between them. No sign of conflict between the crews, just a careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction, ones that reveal little of the singer's intentions. You stand. It seems the tension of the killer has rung much deeper than you expected. This won't be easy. Ooh, okay, what do we have here now? Axis supply. ship mine replacement or supply. Oh my fucking god. Oh no. Okay, so I guess I'm going to be doing more money things because I don't have the thing for that. I should go to the greenhouse and start doing greenhouse things. Mushroom groves. Grill caps, grove spores. If I can get grove spores here, then I am sorted. Come on, 2 grove spores, baby! 2 grove spores here. Fuck you. Okay. You can't win all the gambles! And cycle. Ooh, baby. Okay. I need so many ship mines. Okay. Aviary, mushroom. Mushroom. I'm gonna do my low-end one. Because I just need a single mushroom. Come on. Come on, give me my spore. Fuck yeah. Okay. I'm doing it. I'm really doing it. There's that. Gonna do one of that. Oh, God. Oh, hello! I was expecting a raid. That's my first raid with all my little gobs and stuff like that. Welcome everyone. Welcome. I am doing Citizen Sleeper. Feel free to watch or go depending. I know it's a raid. Oh, but yeah, I'm just slowly getting through it. I pretty much got rim and limb off the station. I'm trying to help the refugees in the DLC portion of this game. I'm pretty much just gambling and trying to get all of my ducks in order, as I kind of already beat the game, and now I am in the process of doing all the side things and squaring away all my drives. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Hinkman VT, thanks. That's very nice of you. But yeah, I hope a lot of you stick around for gambling. As I'm pretty much just gambling to try and afford a ship mine right now. Alright, ooh, I need like... Ooh, I think you are just a little further than me. Yes, I'm really enjoying this game. It's been a lot of fun so far. I've been struggling to read because I'm dyslexic as all hell. But I'm slowly getting through it. I'm really enjoying it. I'm like level 50 something here. But yeah, I'm pretty far in. Yeah, I hope you're enjoying the game too. Have you also been playing this? It is a lot of words. It's pretty much just a visual novel. Okay, let me see how much money I need. 240. Okay, I'm halfway to getting a ship mined. So, yeah. But yeah, thank you for the raid. That's really cool. What am I in need for? The next cycle, it continues. And I need nourishment. Ooh, that's real good. Oh, thank you. Thank you for following. Oh yeah, no, yeah, you go get some food. Streaming is hungry work. I know I'm gonna have to get food after I'm done here. But yeah, thank you for the follow and thank you for the raid. I'll try to keep your viewers entertained as I struggle to read through this. Quick, what am I doing? Gamble. But yeah, thank you, people staying, and I hope you enjoy. I need more gamble. I found out that Tavala room is the best way to make money, so I am just dumping everything into this so I can get a hive mind for that flotilla, and I'm pretty close. Come on. I wonder if I can get it this round. Oh yeah, I also hit my follower goal. So yeah, thank you for that. I got my first 20 followers. So I need to update my goal after this too. I'm probably just gonna boost it to 50 for like that even affiliate status. Emphasis stall. Need my mushroom. And then a rest, and then now rest me at the house. And then I should have enough for a ship mind with all my discounts and everything. Yes. So I need pretty much one win here. Which I get. I am a master gambler. Dump all that money in there. Here we go. Ship mine get. But yeah, I hope all of you are having a wonderful day. It's been pretty good for me. I just been, I pretty much called it. I really wasn't feeling well, and been just streaming and relaxing. Ship my replacement. Access done. We're almost to the point where we helped all the flotilla. Peter. As you cross the axis looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he is leaning against the rail, looking down across the axis and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond, makes you pause. He is completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. Approach him. You lean on the railing a little bit away from Peter, leaving a gap between you. This close, you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper, he inhaled sharply. Still hanging around? Are you okay? No, not really, no. Peter closes his eyes. You can feel his mind whirling, the thoughts refusing to be still. You know, Sleeper, he says without opening his eyes. No one asked you to come here. He clenches his jaw. So why don't you just get lost? He looks directly at you, his stare a challenge. Shut up! Peter stands back from the rail. Who invited you, Sleeper? Who said you could come here? You think because the herders decided to name you their errand boy, we have to put up with you? We don't want you here. We don't need you here. His eyes burn with rage. Go home, you stupid machine. A second after he shouts the final line, he collapses in on himself, staying upright but all the energy going out of his body. He slumps back against the railing, his eyes closed once more. You wait. After a while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. Tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty, paternalism of Hearth. I am bad at pronouncing the words sometimes. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of the endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shout echoes a little in the hub, but few stop to look. He looks down at his feet. I get it. Peter nods. I'm sorry, Sleeper, he sighs. Something is... I don't feel okay. Just tired. I think. I'm really tired. He stands. I'm going to go. He looks at you and sniffs. Get some sleep. Sleep well. Peter nods slowly, turning away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not waiting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the axis rumbles as you watch under an endlessly shining sun. The same air recycled throughout all the lungs, the same dust gathers speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving, before the inertia of it all gets to you, too. Poor guy. Access assistance, so another assistance thing. Through socializing or access job board. Ooh, more. Okay. There's always more to do on these rusty boats. Okay, so I'm like a quarter of the way there. Yes. More Hearth survival. I'll finish that off another day. What should I do? I'm thinking the Grove. Let's get the Grove more grovey. I don't need those. Squirrel caps. Aviary? Yes. I really need to clear out the aviary more. I should probably also move my, chat box because, it's a bit in the way. Alerts, image, timer, looking through all my stuff. Am I just blind? Where is it? Chat, right in front of me. I'm gonna move it here. There we go. Alright. And we don't have food or anything, so it's probably gonna suck. But hey, we're getting progress done. Doing big thing. Big working. Well, that's not a good roll at all. Okay. I want to get this done, and then we need to work on getting some more stabilizer and food. Alright. Even if it's negative, I still win. Alright. Cool. Soul finds you deep in the layers of the Pilgrim Seed, working on a patch for the life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you, he smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. Doubt it. Soul nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you're right, he winks. Soul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to hit your feet. I don't believe you've ever had a sleeper on Empress Hearth. Soul looks you up and down. You're sure to make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Thank you. Soul nods. You're welcome. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the Pilgrim Seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? The Flux. Soul sighs. Sorry, I was looking at a thing. Soul sighs. That's what I imagined. He scratches at his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell what we witnessed on Hearth. At first, we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out, lifter suits locked up, bots reset their schedules. Nothing we haven't seen before. But then the news came out of Passerau? Passerau. I'm gonna say it, pronounce it as Passerau. They had been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland, we were used to that. Passerau? Capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Soul grimaces. Anyway, we thought the Flux was a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another Flux hit, and another. The bots were running cycles in the fields. People had to be cut out of their lifter suits like mine. And the city. I never saw it, but I heard it from the others. Soul shivers. I only got worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's why I know about the Flux. Some folks say it came from the inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something. I've never heard anything more than rumors. Soul scratches their beard. Sorry, I don't have better news. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? There was something. You. I'm glad that I got to go back and ask about him. Soul squints at you. You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you were asking about this. He raps on the metal of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts a shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit, made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. You want to know more about the Flux, about Ember Hearth? Go ahead, but don't pry into my life, and I won't pry into yours. So lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burning thing of support. With the bars around his cage, you suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on the ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? Let's ask about Ember's Hearth. Sure, he smiles. I mean, I've spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I've saved my life story for another time. I'll save my life story for another time, he winks. But the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming system Selby set up back when Solheim was owned the system. How are relations with the other moons? Sol smiles. Depends who you've been talking to. You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do. He gives you a look. But Ember Step was the test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember Song was the extraction site for the raw material and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, Sol holds up a hand. Despite that, people might say Hearth was never fully stable. Sol shakes his head. Saibo liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the system running themselves, or the place would soon end up as dry as the steppe. Earth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning the subsurface ocean into a periwinkle blue sky. Sol smiles. What ended that, though? And when they failed, the rain failed, and the harvest with it. Sol pauses. And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself. Sol shudders. That's when some of us, made the decision to set out this place. He gestures at the Pilgrim Seed. And look for another future. Sol shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? I'm good for now. You sure? Sol smiles. I'm sure. Sol stands, flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. He smiles, and he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Sol leaves, and you wonder what he means. As he creaks down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. The dyslexia is dyslexia in. Ooh. So I just have this ship to help out, and then I am pretty much sorted for this segment of this, at least. So I'm gonna do this. Ooh. That's real nice. I didn't realize I was going to get scrap components from helping them. The waste... Nah. I want more aviary. We gotta get this aviary busted out. Ooh. And I need to do a food. I have no money, so I'm just gonna have to starve. Damn. Component. It's something. It keeps me going a little longer. Oh god. Sometimes the dice hate my guts. Okay. So I need to do my money thing. Big gambles. Biggest of gambling. Biggest gamb. Okay, that's good rolls. Cool, cool. I need all the money I can get. And then that one, I'm probably going to sunbathe with. Because I don't really have much else. Come on, give me two! Two energy, oh, cool. Perfect. Ah, but bad rolls. Okay. What is this music? This is new music. Kinda grooving with it. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do... No, not that. Where's the noodles? Beijing Noodle Manufacturing. We love me a noodle. We had a little bit noodly up in here. Okay, food get. Cross the expanse to my next job. Okay. Gonna do one here. And then that last one, I want to do something else. I want to continue my way of getting the green way, because I have this gardener seed, and I'm really curious of what that is. It just says I need to find nice ground to plant it on, and it will be a thing. So I'm doing it. All right. Medicine. Gotta get me my stabilizer. Stabilizer get. Should I inject that now? I should inject that now. I did not let for that actually fully go through. Fuck. Oh, whatever. Okay, it works. It all works out. We still got gambling. Thanks, dice. Alright. Cross the greenway. Do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Bingo boingo. Aviary. Germination. That's right, I can make fungal beds. Rich medium. I need more spores then. God, there's so much in this. Farm stacks, that's nothing. This is just a gather scrap. Okay. I feel comfortable beelining for the condition debuffs at this point because I have stabilizer. So I might do this because I'm curious of what socializing with a crew will give me. And worst case scenario, I lose $15. Actually, no, that is steeper than I hope. I need my money. Oh, cool. Okay, halfway through that. Pretty much on our way to make the that ship more stable, which I am happy about. Earlier in the game, it was like, hey, get a bunch of supplies, and here's 8 days to do it, and I feel bad for completing that so miserably. It might as well have been a waste of my time. But yes, we're making it. What am I doing? Food. I can't girl bossing an empty stomach. Okay. And rest. I forgot to stabilize. We're just gonna do that. Okay. Gamble. My main way of making money, slots. Just like my grandma. That's a lie. She's a skeleton at this point. God, that like little voice thing is spooky. Wow, I felt that. Hell yeah. Okay. I need nourishment. I have yet to get the matake mushrooms. I think I have to make the grow bed for that, and then I can harvest from there, and then that'll probably be my money maker. I'm not sure. At this point in the game, I am really unsure of what all is gonna go down. But my goal is to get all the goods. Pull any loose ends. Alright. Cross the greenway. Hopefully, this will give me all my mushrooms I need. Or my spores, I mean. I keep calling them mushrooms. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Growth spores. Growth spores. And you won't believe it, even more. Growth spores. I don't know why they didn't make it like a 3-pack for this one, or have the option for it. Probably something weird with the game engine or something. Aviary. Fungal growth. 4 days. Okay. The labs. What does she need again? She needs a bunch of mushroom samples. Alright. I'm gonna do 2 of these. I think that last 6 is... Nah, I'm not gonna put the 6 in the gambling. Because I have a +1, so that's kind of wasteful. I could try and complete... No, it's gonna be by 2, so next cycle I'll complete it. And then the flotilla will be more or less more stable for the next part of that entire quest. Alright. What am I doing? What am I doing? Gamble? Gamble. We love gambling. Alright. Stall. More money in there. Making good progress. Okay. Got a plan. No interruptions because I got through most of the big plot points. And it's just like the small side stuff I'm mostly doing. Oh my god, that's incredibly good. Better than what we have been, at least. Alright. Got my money. I still need to help the Yatsugan Enforcers. That's another thing I want to do. If I have the option of continuing after the flotilla, I'm probably gonna save them for last and then get that ship mine for the Ambergris, because I think that's a way off. My plan for this is not to stay on the eye, but to cut up on my loose ends and canonically leave. I must save the everyone. I want to be the goodest little bean that ever done little beaned. Alright. Sleeper! Peter calls out to you as you cross the axis. He is standing by the same railing as you saw him at the last time, and he beckons you over. I've been hearing things, he gives you a sidelong look. Good things? Mostly. He rubs his hands together nervously. You wait for him to speak. You know, on Song, I was a teacher. He glances at you, anticipating a response. Stay silent. Wait, really? Yeah, really? Peter sighs. Don't sound so surprised. Mechanical engineering. It's an essential subject on the moon where a single mechanical failure could mean the deaths of hundreds. He looks at the ground. The heat, the atmosphere, the radiation, all of it is hostile to us. My students knew this. Their work, their training, was respected. As long as they were careful and respected Song themselves, they could have their choice of colony placements, and they were always in demand. That meant I was respected, surrounded by friends and colleagues, always able to call in favors and repay them like for like. He frowns. Song colonies are small, close-knit. We look after our own. When the Flux events started hitting, colonies went dark overnight. We all knew what those kinds of failures meant. Like always, we lost more people than any of the other moons. He balls his hands into a tight fist. Not a single one of my students left Song. Our future was cut off, just like that. My future. He flexes his hands. What am I out here? What use am I? Song is a fading memory, and the systems we built here are useless outside the orbit. How am I supposed to move on from here? He looks at you, eyes steely gray and glinting. Find someone to teach. Peter pauses, thinking. You don't give up, do you, Sleeper? You just keep going. Peter shakes his head. You remind me of a student of mine. One who's entered the program from one of the smaller colonies. They didn't have the advantages of some of the others, and they were stubborn as hell. By the end of the program, they were the most skilled of their peers. They didn't get the best assignment, maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that they would have. Oh wow, I'm tongue twisting hard. They didn't get the best assignment. Maybe because they didn't spend much time making the kind of connections that would help you get there. But that didn't matter, because I knew they would be getting the best of anything they set themselves to do. Peter's smiling now, buoyed up by a little memory. Stingers are stubborn, Sleeper. We aren't going to change that easily. We won't forgive easily or take help easily, but we'll hold strong. You can count on us for that. Peter stands from the railing. When you see Soul again, you can tell him how the crews of the Emperor's Song operate. Tell him that we will resist. If that means resisting Earth's imperialist ambitions, so be it. If it means resisting the Flux, so be it. And if it means to, as you have, help others resist those same pressures, so be it. Peter smiles, and then tell him to leave us alone. He turns his step lighter and heads off towards the center of the Axis' hub. Cool. Okay. When you arrive to the bridge of the Pilgrim's Seed, Soil is waiting for you. You wouldn't believe the messages that have come through in the past few cycles, Sleeper. He smiles. The ship from Steps have sent a goodwill gesture, a whole cache of supplies from their own farms, he smiles. I'm not sure how we'll use them, but the gesture is a welcome one. Song, meanwhile, are apparently accepting supplies again. Although a little recently, if I might say so. Sol smiles. Retensively. Retensively. I sort of half of these words I've like never seen before because I'm stupid and I don't read as much as I should. So it's just like every now and then I just see one and I'm just like, that's not the word I said. Soul smiles. I didn't expect them to change anytime soon. It should be said. And what I'm wondering, Sleeper, is what part you had in all of this. Soul eyes you, waiting an answer. I helped where I could. I've come to expect that of you, Sleeper. He smiles. You look at Soul, his eyes bright and eager, and wonder what he sees in you. Are you a tool to be used or an ally? It can be hard to tell. I want to show you something. Soul squeezes your shoulder, turning you to face the lift. He leads you along the axis of the ship, towards the engines, the clanking of his suit accompanied by the constant hammering of and welding that fills the echoey bulkheads of the Pilgrim Seed at all hours. With the cordon lifted and shuttles able to go out to salvage scrap and barter for supplies, the ship has become a place of transformation, moving towards some state yet to be revealed to you. You look at Soul. What is his plan here? What is he preparing for the Pilgrim Seed for? Or are his sharp eyes simply focused on making it through the next cycle? Suddenly, Soul stops in front of a huge bulkhead door, like the seal on the front of a dry dock hangar. He signals to someone in a cabin high up, attached to the wall, and they begin the process of opening up. The Pilgrim Seed was built as a short-range freighter carrier, you know? The amber warning lights on the bulkhead door send spinning shadows across Soul's face. We built it to ship the entire harvest from thousands of farms all to the silos at Passero. When we realized we needed to leave, it was the biggest ship we could muster. Soul raps on a metal plate, and somehow she's carried us all the way out here. You led the evacuation? Me? He laughs. Not even close. I was a farmer, had a whole load of land and people to run it, and my people helped convert this place for the long trip. He looks at his feet. Others led, organized the evacuation, and debated the plan. What happened? Not one of these folks made it, Soul rubs his forehead. We were out in the black a long time before we got here, Sleeper. Things happened. The upshot is, I was chosen to take over. I guess my crew trusted me, and I knew the ship. I argued, reminded them I am no leader, and that I'm sick. But, well, when service chooses you, a loud klaxon sounds, indicating the bulkhead doors are ready to open. They groan as they slide back, the metal squeals echoing through the vast ship, bouncing off of its hard-plated walls. At first, all you see is darkness, and then the lights go on in a huge strip that stretches back and back as far as you can see. The space in front of you, a vast bay, bigger than any of those you have ever seen, is empty. When we left Earth, we didn't have the time or resources to convert the entire ship, Soul begins, leading you into the massive space. So much of the freight space was sealed away, shut down. But now we have time, we have resources, we stabilized here, at least for the moment. Soul turns to you. Now is the time we make use of all this. What are you planning? What do you think happens next time for the Eye, Sleeper? Soul sighs. The flux has already hit one part of the station, and from what I know, it'll hit again. On Earth, we lost everything. There isn't much time, Sleeper, but there is enough time to do something. Think of the number of people we can fit on here. The farming stacks, the housing. Hell, we could plant some of these mushrooms you love so much. This is the way forward, the only way. We need to find the ship with able bodies to head for the Stewart Belt. I thought the Eye was your destination. It was until the Flex hit here. Now it's just another stop. I'm glad of the chance to. I'm glad of the chance to resupply and salvage, but we need to go further out. I want you to help me. You know the Eye. You not have connections, and you can work hard. I've seen it. Soul meets your eye. I know you are like me, Sleeper. You didn't choose service, but it chose you. Can this work? It has to, Sleeper. There's nothing else. I know it's a lot to think about, Sleeper. Trust me. Soul begins to lead you back out to the bay. But think of what we could do here. The flotilla can't last forever. We need more than just farmers to make this work. We need to build a new world for ourselves. I've heard that out of here in the belt, there are people who have been setting up since the collapse, making something of their own. That's our future, tucked away in those rocks, far out from all of this, Soul sighs. I didn't bring my people here just to let them die somewhere new. Soul crosses back over to the threshold of the bay and signals for the operator to close it up. The door groans, and Soul waits for it to stop. Think about it, Sleeper. Soul clasps an arm on your back. But don't wait too long. This is happening soon. And he leaves you there, in the silence of the vast bay, on the heads, your head spinning with the thought of leaving the Eye. Okay, cool. So we were pretty much just given the chance to join this. Okay. That's cool. Cool. Okay, so, yeah, another point. Do we is it enough to do anything? No. Okay, we can build a home. Do I want to build a home on the Eye, or do I want to leave the Eye? Hmm. Okay. I wonder. No data there. Okay, I don't know where to take the seed. I want to know that at least before I'm done with this game. Okay. I can steal again at least. Not that I want to. Cross the rim. Okay. What all is around? So ship mine. I can't buy another ship mine, so I'm gonna have to do it the long way like I did before, waiting for a bunch of these ships. Which is gonna suck. But I'm in a good enough position to pretty much sustain myself forever if I really wanted to. With just like the loop that I've been doing to earn money and supplies and everything. So that's good at least. Low end. Did I finish that? No, I did not. Okay. I'm gonna see what this unlocks, and then I'm probably gonna need to go to the bathroom real badly. Castor. Oh my god, that's where Castor is. Okay, cool. I'm going to BRB to the bathroom real quick, and then we will talk with Castor, and then, yeah, do that. So I'll be right back. Let me pull my screen up. Yeah. Thank you. I will be right back. And like that, I returned from my long, perilous journey to the toilet. I did it. I survived. That's the mythos there. Anyways, let's continue. You cross between two walls of units. One of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of clack and Tavlaw. The shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper, you turn to see Castor sitting at the Tavia table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. Cool. I like that little board game he has. You sit at the metal stool, and he starts setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps lowenders typically use in their place. Funny, we should see each other again, he says, looking over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing at the caps, crudely splayed white and black. Good night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Castor rolls a 6, you a 4. I lead. He smiles, and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Castor speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It's good to see you again, Sleeper. I was hoping to catch you before you left, if only to play you in Talva. He smiles. You take your turn, rolling 5 and a 6. Play carefully. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Castor talks, you builds up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Castor meets your eye. I merely see that you're, by definition, different. What has been subtracted in the emulation, what has been added? He slides a single cap on an open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, Sleeper? About what you were before and what we are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Castor whistles. The holding game, commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls and the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, Sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. Oh, is that like his name? Oh God. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they'll awake and carry on with their lives, unaware of your fate, no matter what it might be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You're a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Castor's before he solidifies control of the game. So what I am curious about is how you see yourself in all of this, Castor asks. What does the tangle of truths make you? Free. Yes, Castor looks away, through the glass to the crowded units on all sides. I can see that. Your life as an escapee was never meant to happen, yet here we are. He starts removing caps. His home board now full. Your life is an offshoot. It can go anywhere from here. You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board. As he senses of the inevitable, he has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castor claps his hand apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share not wow, I can't talk. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glints with the last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He has won. I see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My intention is to only help you endure here, and if I am able, feed my curiosities. The game is over. You notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave. Castor nods goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you sure was there. That's cool. Castor's table. Okay, so there's that. That's cool. Oh god, he's a data fence? I got so much to do now. I got that. I think, the last part of the DLC is starting. What else do I have? I have a lot. Not really dealing with that. I'm growing mushrooms right now. Enter the Greenway. I still don't know where the grow bed for the seed could be. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so confused about that. Is there anything here that I can deal with? Got to gone. Got to gone. Haven Edge. Haven Edge. Nothing there. There's nothing in the Greenway. What happens if I go up the spire? Send to the hub. I need to deal with the hub more, too. Hub. Yeah, I only half explored this. There's definitely something else here. Biospacer meal. And then there's nothing here for the seed. I'm guessing it's in the Greenway, and I have to, like, do a thing for that. But I don't know. Let me go through here. Nope. Not that. Mushroom groves. Is there... There's just getting caps and all that. Aviary, labs, storms, no. Okay, there's nothing hidden. That's my only other thought. Okay. Alright then, I guess I'll sleep. End the cycle. Okay. Pretty okay dice rolls. Okay. I do want to find more mushrooms, though. There's the grill caps. I got a feeling that's how I get the Matake. Labs. Fruiting bodies. Okay. Wait, how many grills do I need? Labs, da da da. Oh god, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 12. Okay. Da da da. What's the other place I need to explore? I got low end done. The hub, I gotta explore the hub. Okay. I must get entire map. I feel it in my skeleton. I need it. Alright. Alright. Boom. Bada boom. Show me your secrets, Bliss, ship mechanic. Oh my god, they're cool looking. I love all the character designs in this. They're so good. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to those shitheels who sold you them. You hear a voice echoing out from the bay as you pass. Moments later, someone who you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. Hey, you out there! The same voice echoes out of the entrance. Looking for work? Yeah. I just need a hand getting here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expect. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with this casing. Help her. Alright then. She deftly moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam of the dented case. Just to take a grip here and lift out and up. And I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the unit with the wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingertips under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in your other hand when they spiral free. All good. The casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone here calls me Blitz. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of an explanation. Is this your bay? It is for now, yeah. Whatever, I like it or not, she looks at you like it should mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snatched up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this empty unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast for neat... Ugh. Wow, I can't read sometimes. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quiets with a precise whack. But to be honest with you, the way things are going, I already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm almost out of luck. Offer to help. I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump, though. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from the deep inside the unit, and it comes out, clutching a lumping cube, scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You both duck down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound. Its edges frigid with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, would you? Will you? Head to the racks. You kick off the unit and drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall. A complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. or just a big mess. You try and pick out the right part. Was that M2 converter? Yeah. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass over it. The converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect, you passed. She strings up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Mord's. I'd be happy to. Wait, she frowns at the racks. That's not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied their accounts to bid for jobs we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that, she looks nervous and embarrassed. We need chits. You want me to pay to work? Come on, it's not like that. We'd be partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense, she manages to smile. I get it. Thanks, she meets your eye. I appreciate it. Bliss goes back to work on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now, but if you are into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract, something to get our teeth into, something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say that stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back into the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Mort, I swear to God, if those fillers aren't clean, you smile. Seems like this could be interesting. Okay, hype. Do I have a bunch of money to dump on you like right now? Rent a capsule. Hack out the colony ship and load it to the ring. They're relatively expensive to rent. Why would I do that? Why would I rent a So, okay. I have like 3 other homes. And like one I can build. But that amount of rent is a lot. And I'm wondering why. Spend money. Yeah, I have enough. Hell yeah, gambling pays off. Okay, so in 3 cycles, we will have that. If anyone in the chat wants to tell me if that rent is worth anything, then I'd be so happy. Gamble. Ah. That's better. I can at least get my gamble expense back, I guess. Gamble, 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 I love it! I know I want to get 3 scrap components so I can build my derelict apartment, but outside of that, I'm just kind of doing... Okay. I think I got like 30 more-ish minutes in me, though, before like I'm gonna start seeing if people are rateable or something. Because I am getting a wee bit tired and I've been reading for so long. Ooh. Peke. Cool. They came back. Sleeper, Peke is waiting for you in the corridor. It's time. Pekka looks pale and disheveled, with heavy marks under their eyes and strands of hair sticking to their face. I'm ready. Pekka holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. All the data I have compiled on the Flux event, the effects of the wave, and the structures that hide within it, it's on here. You look at the tiny drive, a casket of dark secrets. I've anointed it to the best of my ability. Anyone should be able to understand the threat, the potential in this. Pekka sighs. It makes for grim reading. Without intervention, the eye will suffer a cascading collapse of systems, just like the colonies of Ember's moons. Intervention? Peke grimaces. That I'm still working on. Peke looks at the drive. This shadow in the flux, this protocol, it's so hard to pin down. It adapts to any countermeasures I have tried to deploy. It's... It it is like trying to hold water in a cage. It slips straight through. There has to be a way. Peke closes their hand around the drive. We need help, Sleeper. This is about everyone at the station. They sigh. We have to set up a meeting to tell someone who can do something about all this. Soul? Perhaps, Peke pauses. Maybe the flotilla will have a better chance of survival if they have this data, but what of the Eye? Will they protect it? Or perhaps, Peke adds thoughtfully, we've been thinking about this all wrong, Peke eyes glints. Why make a choice when we can tell both of them? Why pick a side when the only side in this entire thing is the one we all need to take? Peke speaks as they think, their words barely keeping pace with their thoughts. Yeah, no, I got a ending 30 minutes into the game. So, I got the one where Len and Mina are managing to get on the ship that you make and fly away. That's a ending. I'm trying to get the DLC and the other side content. I have no idea how many more hours there are, especially with me reading and whatnot. I'm trying to be thorough with this game. But I think time to beat was supposed to be like 10 hours, and I'm way past that for like completionist run. We need to resist this together, or we will fail. We need everyone on board, Sleeper. Peke smiles. That is the only way. We'll send the data to both. You're right. Peke smiles. I'm glad you see it too. They look away. Another flux event is coming. I'm sure of it, and I'm not sure we can survive without help. Peke opens their hand, and it holds the drive out for you to take. You need to do this, Sleeper. I can't. You know, Soul. You know, Helene. They trust you. To them, I'm just another spacer. But you are part of this place. Hearing someone else say it hits you hard. You are part of the Eye. Peke is right. But right now, this feels more like a weakness than a strength. I have to set up a data relay at the Cordon. It's neutral ground. Take the data and send it out to Havenage and the flotilla. Once they receive it, they'll come. We can be sure of that. You'll meet them there and take them through it all. No one could do a better job. They tuck a strand of hair behind their ear. Come with me. Peke pauses. I can't. It would only draw suspicion on you. Havenage wants nothing to do with us, and Sol is paranoid at best. Peke tentatively puts their hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Sleeper. I know this is hard, but we have to move forward. We can't keep this to ourselves anymore. They step back, looking thin and pale in the harsh station light. Come talk to me once it's done, and they slip away into the Eye. Okay. Ooh, big things. Big things happening. First, gamble time. Yeah, too. God, there's so much of this game. I love it. But oh my fuck, is it a lot? Okay, I should probably food. I have so many things. I still don't know what the seed is for. And one more day for the Aver to grow my mushies. Okay. Not really dealing with that. The waste. Base camp. Cordon. Flux data. Once you send the episode data, Purge will begin the final series of events and the Eye will begin. After this point, you'll not be able to return to completely other drives or find other endings. Okay, it's a good thing I'm literate. Just by barely, but I can read that is a don't fuck with this until you're good. Okay, so we got that sorted. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on the greenery and try and get this done. Oh god, there are so many other paths though. So I have the greenery, I have Yatagun, I have Castor for his info things. Um I have to still make a ship mine for the ambergris. I have not talked to this character since I've started this game practically. I don't think this character has shown up until like after like the first episode I've done. Okay. But we're making progress. We're doing goodly. What should I do? Oh shit, what should I do? Okay. Well, there's this. This is another event. I have the bar. Cool. Okay, let's just do my drives for now. Get a no emphasis. I need help bliss complete. I am waiting on her to do that. Rika, work for Rabitha. I guess I can work for Rabitha. I haven't done that, so I'm going to do that a little bit. And see where that thread takes me. Because I can't really do anything for Castor until I, actually. Can I get any Yasuga data? Yes, I can! I'm gonna get data from Yasugan and Havenage for Castor as I do this. So at least I have a purpose for my low-ass rolls now. Alright. I can collect tides or get energy, patrol the ward. I'll do this because I want the energy. Okay. There's just so much plot in this game, and like so much. It's real good. I enjoy it. Yes, and cycle. But yeah, I hope everyone is enjoying this game and me struggling to read. I think this is the most amount of viewers I've had at one time. For like, at least outside of a combined stream with my friend. So that's cool. I appreciate you all sticking around and watching me play video game. What was I doing? Oh yeah, mushroom time. That's probably going to be my last cycle before I call it. The aviary. Harvest the mushrooms. Give me my mushy yield. Alright. That's a good amount of mushroom. God damn, okay. Upgrade point. Put those samples collection skills, good use. Cool. And, perfect, because now I have the ability to get more rewards for hacking things. So the Castor thing is gonna be right quick. I need the Matake. Real caps, you can have, lady. How many of those caps do you need, my friend? Okay. I want to see how many caps Emphys needs. Because I want my mushroom boy to tell me more lore on himself. Hell yeah! Alright, and that is setting off now. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. I'm vibing. And the rest can go to Grandma. Grandma, here's your mushrooms. At least they give like 2 fruiting bodies each, which is really nice. So I just need 2 more mushrooms. And I need to refill the aviary. Because that is also a really good way of getting mushrooms, but also... Gamble! Did literally nothing. Okay. Start action. At least I got a bunch of energy. Okay. That wasn't a loss. That was pretty good for me. End the cycle. I'm big vibing with this game. Moritz. Okay. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz, he pauses. I work for Bliss? He rubs his eyes. He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. I move around. Moritz holds up his hand. Hey, no judgment. It's cool. You both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So... yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one. She's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah. Mort stands there for a little while, unsure if the message got delivered. I, too, am exactly this socially awkward. I've got it. Cool, cool, cool. He looks around. Plus just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, Sleeper. Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking at a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. So there's that. I can get 2 grill caps, though. Or I can get my... Nah, grill caps. I already got all the other fungus I need, so at that point, it's just... gamble. Okay. Wait, no, I gotta talk to Grandma. Grandma Communism. Grandma Communism, I have mushrooms for you. Here. Hell yeah! God, I'm getting so many loose ends and everything. Rico meets you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, Sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap. Oh, wait. All the mushrooms you could ever need. Food mushroom, party mushroom, and poison mushroom. Truly. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Endry Erlin. At the time, Erling was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. Listen. I keep burping. You both cross through a glass-roofed tunnel, the greenway outside crowded with vines and branches, dappling the light. Erling had written the greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station and linked into a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union Cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed that there was. But we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plans secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She paused to catch her breath, her voice crackling. It is difficult to know if it is for effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you've seen here. Half of the greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants flash frozen. The other half of was a swamp of mulch, as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard, we lost good people, we cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many, many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the Greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? Everything, Rika smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the Greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted. For the first time, we reaped the fruits of our labor. Rika smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to just enough to end the cycle of decay. We thought we had saved the Greenway, until today. You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Hyphia members, planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico was quiet, and you both simply observed the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you. What you have shown me is that, back then, the Greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matake or grill caps that you have been growing? Yes. I imagine they were delicious, nutritious, almost uniquely so, she muses. After all, they were designed for you. Rika has a mischievous look. At first, I thought it was the location they were growing that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I have come to understand is that it is the person growing them. The matsake and the grill caps you brought with me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you. Rika smiles as she leads you into the internal gardens of the commune, where the Hypenia members have planted species from all over the Greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the Greenway started to recover, we all felt something, a response. It was as if this place was not just alive, as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways. Communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but now I understand why. Rico stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. The Greenway is sentient? Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Rika sits on a bench with the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you have been growing the grills and the matsakes in the aviary, those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others? Not yet. Rika nods. If you do, can I ask you to immediately bring them here? I believe it is only a matter of time before they bloom. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There is a specimen of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days when we were working to save this place. It was around that time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some growing mold deep in the dark mulch that drained this place. At the point we thought that we were lost. But then these mushrooms emerged from the same black mold. We tested them. We saw that they contained some compounds and counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural process of this ecosystem, even if the timescale seemed absurdly short. But what am I wondering is if the antidote was a gift. Rico meets your eyes. Perhaps if you were our patient, you will receive your gift too, Sleeper. You both sit for a while. Rico seemingly done telling stories for today. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you, and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. Cool. So I'm guessing if I keep making mushrooms, I will do good things. Grow club heads for Rico. Okay, I need spores then. Give me my spore. Wow, this refresh thing has been fucking me over every single time. Okay, give me my one spore. I just need one. Fuck you, video game. Why do you do this to me? I'm gonna cry. Germinate those spores. Yeah, germinate them. Germinating my spore. Okay. I need food. I need a, stim. Because I'm getting to that point where I'm only gonna have 3 dice, and that's no good. Yes. And I am wait, no, I have one more person I have to talk to, and then I'm probably gonna call it there for this session. And the next session, we'll probably actually beat the game. I can't eat my mushroom. Fuck. Okay, Data fence, Rebecca's office. What's in here? I'll never be able to get that again. Export. I can export mushroom. 60 cryo for 3 batches. That's kind of a bad deal. If everything I can use those mushrooms for, that's kind of a poopy deal. Alright. We go up here anyway, so nourishment time. Alright. Oh, this is more than I thought it was going to be. Okay, I'm sealing leaks, Emperor's Weight contract. So I have 3 days to complete this, so I am probably going to do that next time, is turbo through the Amber's Wake. So I can help Bliss. So there's helping Bliss. I'm still waiting on the mushrooms. I have to grow more mushrooms to get those magical antidote ones. What else do I have in the works? I have to work for Rabitha. I have to get data. I have a lot of things. I have a lot of random loose ends that I'm just trying to cut through this game because I love this game and I want to know more. But, refugees are on their final part, so I feel like if I do this, it's pretty much set in stone. This is going to be our final thing we do in the game. Which means I'm going to have to scuttle down and somehow get a fucking ship mine for the ambergris. And that's probably going to extend into one other massive thing. Oh, so that's fun. Okay. So ending the cycle. Hopefully no one screams at me. And the next day. Those are good rolls. Okay. Okay. But yeah. I'm going to end it there. And yeah, it was really fun. We made a lot of progress. I will probably try and play this Saturday too on my actual set schedule stream. For yeah, to try and beat all the loose ends. I feel like I actually have 1 or 2 good like 4-hour sessions left of this game. I say that I'm gonna probably beat this next stream. I don't know. I have no idea. I've been saying that for like the last 2 streams. So, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you for joining me, all the people that stuck around after the raid. You have been awesome, even though none of you really chatted and just been more or less watching. I thank you for joining me on this game. And if you enjoyed, feel free to follow. I'm going to see if there's a channel I can raid. VTuber model time. No spoons, just do connecting monster under color. They're coloring. I like the sound of that. How's their stream doing? Okay. Yeah, I know who I'm gonna send you out. I'm gonna send you to Vaporshine. I have never watched their stuff, but they're coloring Monster Hunter stuff, and it's really cool. So I hope you enjoyed their contents, and have a good one. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your night. And I'm ending my stream. It looks like you are going to be rated over in about a minute. So. Oh, I can raid now. But anyways, yeah. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I am sending you over to Vaporshine. And I hope you all have a wonderful time. Bye-bye.